kita, garbuta, mag-iban kita. Happy 58th araw ng Davao Oriental. Maayong hapon, Oriental Davaoeños. Kini si Beryl De Erio ang inyong host alang sa ato ang live broadcast para sa inaugural session sa 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan live din sa Provincial Capital Covered Court ning siyudad sa Mati. Karon atong saksian ang inaugural session sa ato ang 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan nga panguluhan sa atong regular presiding officer, Vice Governor, the Honorable Glenda Rabat Gaita. Ang inaugural session sa Sangguniang Panlalawigan mao ang unang opisyal nga tigom sa mga miyembro sa konseho human sila mapili sa ilang pwesto. Kini importante kay dinhi ipahibalo sa mga lider sa konseho sama sa presiding officer o ang iyang mga miyembro ang mga plano o pamalaod nga ipatuman sa atong probinsya. Ang sesyon mag-agad sa formal nga proseso diin ipresentar sa mga resolusyon alang sa kaayuhan sa probinsya. Sumala pa ni Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita ang legislative agenda aligned o subay sa 10-point executive agenda ni Governor Nelson Dayanghirang. So sa ato ang makita karon isa kini ka masaysayan or historic kay ang ato ang inaugural session dinhi gipahitabo sa Provincial Capital Covered Court. Kini usa ka lig-on nga mensahe nga ang ato ang Sangguniang Panlalawigan, especially ang ato ang provincial government sa Davao Oriental kay ihatag mismo ang serbisyo sa katawhan, abli inklusibo para sa tanang Oriental Davaoeños. So ang ato ang panggobyerno nakasentro sa 10-point executive agenda ni Governor Nelson Dayanghirang. Mao ang tourism, agriculture, transportation, water, energy, infrastructure, health, education, disaster preparedness, ug environmental protection and preservation. So karon nagaabot na ang ato ang mga bisita. We have national agencies, we have provincial department heads, assistant department heads, academies, ug ang ubang branches ato ang government nato, executive, legislative, and judiciary. Ang executive nato mao kini ang mga nagapatuman sa balaod, judiciary nga mao ang nagabuhat sa balaod, ang legislative mao ang nagabuhat sa balaod, ang judiciary mao ang naga-interpretar sa balaod. So, samtang naga-arrive pa ang ato ang guests, we welcome you to the inaugural session of the 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan of the Province of Davao Oriental. karon mga Oriental Davaoenos, atong paminawon ang mga tinud-anay nga tingog gikan sa ato ang mga lider o mga kauban sa serbisyo publiko. Pipila lamang sila nga adunay may kalabutan sa kalambusan sa probinsya atong kuhaon ang ilahang mga paglantaw, mensahe ug tinguha alang sa bagong opisyales sa atong panggamhanan. Kauban nato karon ang Provincial Director sa Department of Interior and Local Government, Sir Orly Cabaubao. Sir, hello sir, maayong hapon.
Maing buntag, maing hapon sa tanan.
Sir, ikaw man isa sa kanang pinakasayo diri sir. Unsa imong maingon sa ato ang inaugural session karon sir? Unsa imong gina-look forward sir?
Ang atong inaugural session karon nga ipahigayon, importante siya o very critical para dunay smooth transition sa atong change of leadership sa atong probinsya sa Davao Oriental. Tanan local government units gihatagan og mandate nga mag-conduct niini ug usab gyud ni ka critical gyud nga activity para sa transition, no. This is pursuant to DILG Memorandum Circular nga dunay smooth transition sa atong leadership. So para sa DILG, this is part of the first 100 days of our leaders, no. Diri sa Davao Oriental naata kang Governor Nelson Dayanghirang ug kang Vice Governor Glenda Rabat-Gaita. Ang kining atong ipahigayon karon nga inaugural session, mura ba siya og honeymoon stage, no, sa atong mga leaders. Dapat mag-ila-ila ang tanan nga bagong leaders, of course sa ato pong mga provincial functionaries. So mura og honeymoon stage and then getting to know each other para ready na ta nga mohatag sa maayong panggobyerno sa atong probinsya.
Sir, nahisgutan nimo sir nga naay change of leadership ug maayong panggobyerno. Sir, pwede na ko mapangayo kung unsang imong key recommendation or advice para sa ato ang mga bagong opisyalas alang sa good governance.
So ang tanan nga mga leaders nato, elected, newly elected ug newly minted nga mga leaders nato, both mga provincial officials ug municipal officials, no, dapat familiar sa trust or sa 10-point agenda sa atong mga local chief executives. Nalipay ko kay kasagaran sa atong mga mayors, kasagaran sa atong governor o atong vice governor, nagkahiusa nga ato jung i-address ang good governance nga mga indicators, no, sa financial administration. Dapat familiar tanan nga mga leaders nato niini para ang atong doon natin maingon nga dunay transparency o dunay accountability. Nalipay ko kagahapon during the atong oath-taking nga priority po sa atong mga leaders ang disaster preparedness, disaster risk reduction and management, peace and order and security, o pag-provide yun sa mga basic services like education o health. No? So, dapat ang atong Sangguniang Panlalawigan o atong Vice Governor karon mag-harmonize sa atong mga 10-point agenda with our provincial governor.
Sir, giingon pod na sa ato ang Vice Governor sir na ang legislative agenda nato karon kay align pod sa 10-point executive agenda ni Governor Nelson Dayanghirang. So thank you atong advisor. So ang pinaka-importante gud sir is transparency and accountability sa ato ang mga leaders. Yes. Thank you so much sir ug maayong hapon. Thank you.
Check na
mga Oriental Davaoenos, kauban nato ang isa sa mga board members sa 1st District, Honorable Attorney Manuel Lepardo Jr. Sir, good afternoon and welcome sa atong inaugural session na event ninyo mismo, sir. So before ko mangutana, sir, kumusta sa ka, sir, from the event yesterday o karon? How are you feeling, sir, nga naga-transition pa ta?
Daghang salamat, maayong hapon pod sa tanan. First, very excited of our incoming this inaugural session. Of course, yesterday was a very successful event and hoping kami nga Sangguniang Panglalawigan we really take a keen look of the 10 points agenda of the governor because the way to move forward is by way of that direction. So exciting times for the province of Davao Oriental. Mo na akong feeling karon.
Sir, it's nice, sir, no, kay aligned ang atong legislative agenda sa atong executive agenda. Sir, as board member, one of the board members of the 1st District, sa 10-point executive agenda, sir, unsa imong gusto nga priority programs or resolutions nga ipasa para sa kaayuhan sa atong unang distrito?
Well, I have already talked to the governor. My priority will really be on energy. The governor said yesterday that electricity must not only for convenience, it should be the foundation of progress. Daghan na tang pwedeng madugang ana no kung pananglitan og maghisgot ta og kining supply sa electricity. What it means for progress of our province, not just of the convenience of every household. So one of the things nga ako ang tutukan is matter on our supply of electricity. Ang ikaduha katong infrastructures that are needed to better foster the incoming development that are coming from the province, and basically these are the things I'll be interested also in maintaining the gains of our peace and order. Nakuha na siguro gi-announce naman ni Gov yesterday that we are already declared as an insurgency free. In fact, bag-uhay lang pod nga nahurot na gyud ang tanang mga kumbaga we already maintained the peace and order of our province. So I'll be interested also in that. And the whole of things, especially kung nakasulod siya sa 10 points agenda sa atong governor.
Sir, it's nice, sir, no, kay na-recognize sa ato ang mambabalaod nga na dako jud ang problema sa probinsya sa Davao Oriental in terms of energy. And like what you said earlier nga, energy or ang electricity is not just for convenience but a foundation for all. So madungog namo na unya, sir, no, ang imuhang mga ipasa na mga resolutions or imuhang mga plano para sa 1st District of Davao Oriental. Sir, daghang salamat and have a good afternoon para sa atong inaugural session.
Salamat po. Basig matinga ka unya ha nga dili panitanan na alay certain items nga atong pwedeng i-tackle sa inaugural session, but kung gusto nyo ka makakita, come visit the Sangguniang Panglalawigan in the coming weeks sa among session. Daghang salamat ug thank you for the opportunity
Yes, sir.
of
We're
being
very
interviewed.
excited
Yeah.
po, sir, sa mahitabo para sa ato ang provincial government. Thank you, sir. May hapon.
Thank you.
Once again, atong kauban ang isa sa mga board members sa 1st District, Attorney Manuel Lepardo. Sir, thank you. hapon once again mga Oriental Davaoenos. Kauban nato karon no ang on his re-elected isa sa mga board members sa 2nd District, the Honorable Rochi Ravelo. Hello Kap, mayong hapon.
Mabuhay, madayaw,
Mabuhay,
Beryl,
yes.
sa ato ang mga katauhan sa probinsya, maayong hapon kanatong tanan.
Kap, isip kanang re-elected ka na board member. Unsang imuhang gusto nga mensahe sa ato ang mga bagong officials nga kauban nimo sa 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan?
Well, let's work together for, ingon pa nato, no? For the common good of our people in Davao Oriental. We must be one in our all efforts together with our governor under the leadership of Governor Nelson Dayanghirang. Whatever are his plans for the province, we have to put our hands, hearts, and minds together para makabot nato ang kalambuan na deserve sa katauhan sa probinsya sa Davao Oriental.
Board, you mentioned mentioned plans for Davao Oriental. Ka pwede ba na mahibalaan pod unsa sa 10-point executive agenda, unsa ang imuhang mga top priority programs or resolution nga align didto?
Since I am a farmer, my bias really is into agriculture. Of course, majority of our people are depending on our lands. We have the largest land area in the region. We have the longest coastline in Mindanao. So I believe we need to harness more of our agriculture, no? So dinhi magagikan ang dako na kita sa ato ang probinsya. We'll be able to develop our local economy by ingon pa nato developing further our agriculture sector, and along with it, so that our products in the agriculture will be more benefited by our people, there goes tourism, no? So I think we must be one with the directions of Governor Nelson Dayanghirang in harnessing all the resources that we have here in Davao Oriental. So kana gyud siguro hiusaw nato the government, fellow public servants, socio-civic, religious, all other sectors in the province. We must be one in this effort para gyud ang kalambuan. Labon na gyud ang problema na 39% na poverty incidence in the province. If we can possibly reduce it to a single digit, then it will be more meaningful, no? So I think all public officials must be working in that direction.
Kap, we're very happy no nga naay mga mambabalaod pareho nimo nga align sa ing-ana nga sector, because we all know that Davao Oriental is very rich in terms of agriculture and natural resources. So daghan kayong salamat Kap, and we wish you all the best for
Thank
your
you, Beryl.
term. And yes sir, Kap, last na po, unsa po ang imong message sa ato ang Oriental Davaoenos karon nga naga-celebrate sa 58th araw ng Davao Oriental?
Again, happy 58th araw ng Davao Oriental. Thank you for the trust you place in me again. This is Ruchi Mawalik Ravelo, ready to serve you again, once again on my 2nd term. God bless Davao Oriental.
And God bless you, Kap. Thank you
Thank
po,
you.
and good afternoon.
Third floor.
Sound check. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We would love to express our gratitude to our guests right now and acknowledge their presence. Starting with our City Mayor of Mati, Honorable Joel Mayo C. Almario. The Municipal Mayor of Governor Generoso, Honorable Juanito Caguiza Hinojales. Municipal Vice Mayor of Caraga, Honorable Rican Turlao Caligonan. Municipal Vice Mayor of Manay, Honorable Alfonso de la Cruz Lahora. We also would love to acknowledge Honorable Jose Paulo Luis Razon Rabat, together with his wife, Cara Michelle Angelica Irigel Rabat. We also would love to acknowledge the presence of Liga ng mga Barangay President of Buston, Honorable Anabel Mondero Rosit. Our IPMR representative of Caraga, Honorable Josefa Matucol Piamonte. Also, our IPMR from Katiil, Honorable Charlie Serenioso Ambasan. We would also love to acknowledge the presence of Provincial Director for the Department of Interior and Local Government, Mr. Orly Aquino Cabaubao. Also, our Provincial Director for the Department of Trade and Industry, Mrs. Maria Jocelyn F. Banlasan. For the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Mr. Jefferson Lico Montera. Our representative from the Social Security System, we have Ma'am Sara Namit. From our Philippine Army, from the 701st Brigade Commander, Colonel Alan Jose L. Taguba. And from the 66th Infantry Kabalikat Battalion, our commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Lovell Dondi P. Habagat. from the 67th Infantry Aguila Battalion, Lieutenant Colonel Edwin L. Pia. We also would love to acknowledge the presence of our provincial heads of office, starting with our Provincial Planning and Development Office Head, Engineer Freddie Clark Bendulo. Our HR Management and Development Office, Mr. Miguel Velasco Trocho. Our Provincial Tourism Office Head, again, our Provincial Tourism Officer, Ma'am Lerna P. Padohino.
Mandaya. Kaya ni mo Mandaya. Ha?
We also would love to acknowledge the head of the Provincial Health Office of Davao Oriental Provincial Medical Center, Dr. Reden Vaz Bersaldo.
Roger, Roger.
Sir, kumusta natin ka Mayor sa imong survey? Pwede ba
We would love to acknowledge the presence of Municipal IPMR of Baganga, Panchito Silat.
June 30 ang
Actually, July 1. Second day.
second day.
First day in office.
Ang ngayon, first day in office as City Mayor.
Yeah. First day.
First day in...
In that office. Naglingkod ko dito.
Okay, Mayor. Sige, sige.
Okay, okay.
Maayong hapon Oriental Davaoenos, maayong hapon City of Mati. Kauban nato karon ang Father of Cityhood and the newly elected Mayor of the City of Mati, Honorable Joel Mayo Z. Almayor. Sir, good afternoon, and gusto na ko mangutana sir, kumusta ang imuhang first official day as City Mayor?
Yeah, ganina ni-report na ko dito. First kay ang July 1 kagahapon holiday man, no? And mingaw kaayo kay way sulod akong opisina.
Nag-celebrate.
Oh, dili kay nalay usa ka lamisa nga gamay usa ka lamisa nga dako. Pero kidding aside, I'm very happy that I'm finally holding office now, and first gibuhat nato was to call on some key heads of offices nga atong gipangutana kabahin sa ilang mga proposals in relation sa ilang mga performance na nahimo nila, no? And we also made some analysis on the fiscal situation, fiscal health sa ato ang syudad karon. And because of that, we will be going into some austerity measures. Kailangan magtipid sa takaron para masikaso itong mga problema.
Sir, I'm curious sir, no, unsay feeling nimo sir nga from the legislative na nakakaroon sa executive, unsay imuhang strategy sir para ma-ensure nga hapsay ang pagpadagan sa City of Mati?
It's good that you mentioned nga gikan ko sa legislative after spending 15 years in Congress and 9 years as Vice Governor, and this will be my first local executive position. I'm confident with all the experience that I have and with the humility that I'd like to say I always practice, that I can make it, no? Because wa man pud ko'y choice na naman ko diha. I should make it together with the people of Mati mo nang sa mga heads nga naa kaganina ni sulti ko sa ilaha nga mas nakabalo pa sila sa ilahang trabaho kaysa akong nahibawan. And they should teach me, they should educate me, kabahin sa ilahang trabaho, and we should be one in finding solutions. And I'd like to say that daghan-daghamig na hisgutan kaganina, and there will be some drastic measures that we will have to do. And I'm happy that they showed support. In fact, it seems to me that they have the same perception and the same plans, pero di lang nila masulti kaniadto. And now, parang they were so open to telling me that ang ako din una-una, pareho ra pod sa ilang gihuna-una.
Sir, so it's nice to know that we already have a glimpse kung unsa man ang imong first 100 days as city mayor. So karon sir nata sa inaugural session kauban nato ang 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan sa Davao Oriental. Sir, pwede ba nako makuha ang imong mensahe alang sa unity sa ato ang leadership sa province and sa cities and municipalities?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to congratulate all the newly elected and re-elected provincial officials, and for the 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan headed by Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, whom I'm very sure can steer the Sangguniang Panlalawigan to higher and better performance. Because when I was the Vice Governor of the province for 9 years, kabalo ko nga na mga problema, na mga problematic areas pag-abot sa legislative work, no? But when Glenda finally said yes to running as Vice Governor of our Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, nalipay ko og nakaingon ko nga kayang-kaya niya ang trabaho, no?
Yes, we can, sir.
Yes, we can yun, no? And towards that end, nindot kayo kay ang naglingkod nga Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, former congressman, no? Former governor pod. O ang naglingkod nga first district congressman is a former vice governor. And anak ni Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, si Congressman Nelson Jr. And ang naglingkod pod nga vice governor has a rich experience in public service, Glenda, having been the vice mayor of the city of Mati. And I'm very sure nga ang ato ang provincial government is in good hands, no? Kauban na diha ang ato mga board members. I hope to get the support and the continued support of our province towards the development of the 10 municipalities and the city of Mati. And especially so that we have some similarities. Sa Mati, ang naglingkod karon nga mayor is a former congressman, former vice governor too, and ang naglingkod nga congressman for the 2nd district of Davao Oriental is the anak of the mayor, si Congressman Chino Almario. There is cohesiveness, no? Nindot kay paminawon nga from Congress to provincial officials to the city officials as well as all the municipal officials are together for public service, and I hope this will continue, and I hope the continuation of this togetherness, of this same-mindedness will bear fruits and will produce not only plans but actual activities and programs for the people of Davao Oriental.
So sir, we're very hopeful sir nga under sa atong leadership ikan sa ato ang governor, hantod sa atong congressman and now our mayors that province of Davao Oriental is really in good hands. So lastly sir, unsa ang imong message sa ato ang Oriental Davaoenos, especially sa mga tao sa Mati nga naga-celebrate karon sa 58th araw ng Davao Oriental?
Sa tanang mga taga Mati, taga Davao Oriental, as we celebrate the 58th founding anniversary of our province, let us continue to seek guidance through our prayers ngadto sa ato ang Ginoo. Whatever religion, let us all offer our efforts, our prayers para kita giyahan, para kita makabuhat o mga maayong butang para sa katawhan. Because without the support of the people, wa man po tayo mabuhat. Kung di po mao ang plano sa Ginoo, wa po tayo mabuhat, no? So, ang overall director ni aning tanan is ang Ginoo man gyud.
Yes, agree gid kaayo, Mayor. So, ladies and gentlemen, on his first term as city mayor and in his first day of office, Honorable Joel Mayo Z. Almario. Sir, good afternoon and God bless sa imuhang term as the city mayor of Mati. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, thank you.
Thank you po.
Live, live. Ito. Ako yung mga utanan nimo. Sa to pa.
We would like to acknowledge the presence of our provincial heads. Attorney Elsie Pagayon Cayetano Matilag, our provincial legal officer. Mrs. Maria Patricia or Miss Maria Patricia Teresa H. Templa, our provincial accounting officer. Engineer Maria Victoria Gambong Rodriguez from the Provincial Treasurer's Office. Ms. Rosafel Castro Batingana, our Provincial Cooperatives Office. Ms. Juvie G. Bonita from the Provincial Social Welfare and Development Office. Mr. Edito Balbutin Sumile from the Provincial Agriculturist Office. Mr. Eric C. Dagmang from the Provincial Veterinarian's Office. Miss Marie Eleanor Ramos Serrano from the Provincial Assessor's Office. Mr. Mario Lamparas Gentiles from the Provincial General Services Office. Miss Princess Gail B. Butlig from the Provincial Budget Office. Ms. Dolores D. Valdesco from the Provincial Environment and Natural Resources Office. Engineer Roel Sespon Dumadag from the Provincial Engineer's Office. Engineer Jesusa Kumilang Timbang from the Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office. Mr. Apollo D. Conde from the Provincial Warden Office. From our banking institutions, the Land Bank of the Philippines, DM Esteban Villa Jr. From the Development Bank of the Philippines, Mr. Dominic John B. Masangya. And Miss Amelita B. Pinanday. We also would love to acknowledge the presence of our former Vice Governor, Dr. Cirilo R. Valles, Mr. Edgardo Endriga Lopez, Mrs. Thelma Zosa Almario and family. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of the husband of our Vice Governor, Mr. Tyrone Christopher Tumambing Gaita, and her daughter, Honorable City Councilor Tara Marie Rabat Gaita. We also would like to acknowledge the family of our Vice Governor, Mr. John Benito Jude Sapal Rabat, Mrs. Christine Loren Rabat, Mr. Antonio Benito Loren Rabat, and Mr. Marcus Santino Loren Rabat. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our Secretary for the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, Mr. Maximino Aguilon Nazareno II, together with Miss Jessica Nazareno and Miss Jonah Ahumada. We would love to acknowledge the presence of our municipal vice mayors, starting with Honorable Lizelle Teves, represented by their SB Secretary Eden Cacho, from the municipality of Banay-Banay. From the municipality of Katiil, Honorable Aristotle Abarca Abella. And from the municipality of Lupon, Honorable Christian Lawrence Cruz Go. We also would love to acknowledge the presence of the Municipal Vice Mayor of Manay, Honorable Alfonso de la Cruz Lahora. We would like to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Jana Pagkatipunan from the Commission on Elections. We would like to acknowledge the presence of our SK Federation Presidents from the City of Mati, Honorable Thomas Albutra Sebelieno, Honorable Justine Lance Montero Lotarion from the Municipality of Banay-Banay, Honorable Aunan Velf Bayon Pagsak from the Municipality of Caraga, Honorable Añasco Arce Jr. from the Municipality of Governor Generoso, Honorable Christy J. Del Campo from the Municipality of San Isidro. we would like to acknowledge the presence of the Municipal Vice Mayor of Lupon, Honorable Christian Lawrence Go. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of the Municipal Vice Mayor of Katiel, Honorable Aristotel Abarca Abelia. We would love to acknowledge the presence of the Municipal Mayor of Manay, Honorable John Marco Mendoza Dayanghirang. Honorable Mayor Lemuel Ian Meos Larcia from the Municipality of Banay-Banay. Also, the Municipal Mayor of Governor Generoso, Honorable Juanito Hinojales. We would love to acknowledge the presence of our former Vice Governor and Congresswoman, Thelma Z. Almario. Acknowledging the presence of former Vice Governor Dr. Cirilo R. Valles. Acknowledging the presence of Honorable Mayor of Tarragona, Honorable Art Benji Kalipusan Bulaong. Acknowledging the presence of Municipal Councilor Honorable Harold Yuan Montes from the Municipality of Lupon. we would like to acknowledge the presence of the First Lady of the Province of Davao Oriental, First Lady Nanette Restor Dayanghirang, and the First Family. Of government of our beloved province of Davao Oriental. Under the leadership of Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, the provincial government has set a clear path through its 10-point executive agenda that focuses on tourism, agriculture, transportation, water, energy, infrastructure, health, education, disaster preparedness, and environmental protection and preservation. The 18th Provincial Council, led by our Vice Governor, Glenda Rabat Gaita, stands ready to align its work with these priorities, making sure every policy and ordinance helps turn vision into action. The Council is more than ready to serve with purpose, with every story of Oriental Davaoenos as their inspiration for better governance and service. As we begin this new legislative chapter, let it be rooted in unity and collaboration. The Vice Governor and honorable members of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan are ready to take their seats, not just in these halls, but in history, as partners for inclusive, responsive, and people-centered governance. Now, my fellow Oriental Davaoenos, let's welcome the 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan ng Silangang Davao. Let's welcome the Sangguniang Panlalawigan Secretary, Mr. Maximo A. Nazareno II. Our ex-officio members, starting with the Sangguniang Kabataan Provincial Federation President, Honorable Shanine C. Lintogonan. Followed by our Indigenous Peoples Mandatory Representative, Honorable Eleuterio C. Manaytay. Our Provincial President of Liga ng mga Barangay, Honorable Joson Michael G. Dayanghirang. The Interim President of the Philippine Councilors League, Honorable Jerome C. Dayanghirang. let us all welcome our regular members, starting with the first, the second District Board Member, Honorable Rochi Ravelo. Board Member from the second District, Honorable John Erwin G. Montojo. From the first District, Board Member, Honorable Maria Lady Hope J. Macaira. From the second District, Board Member, Honorable Stephen Paul Uy. From the second District, Board Member, Honorable Daud V. Linsag. From the first District, Board Member, Honorable Elijah Paul Palmahil. From the first District, Board Member, Honorable Ana Cheryl N. Castro. From the first District, Board Member, Honorable Manuel M. Lepardo Jr. From the second District, Board Member, Honorable Harold A. Montes. And from the first District, Board Member, Honorable Beverly M. Dayanan. And now, gracing the aisle, our first District Representative of Davao Oriental, Honorable Nelson R. Dayanghirang Jr. Representing the second District of the Province of Davao Oriental, Honorable Chino Miguel D. Almario. Now let's all rise as we welcome our newly elected Provincial Governor, Honorable Nelson L. Dayanghirang. And now, let's welcome our presiding officer, the newly elected Vice Governor of the Province of Davao Oriental, Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita.
Please take your seats. The inaugural session of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of the Province of Davao Oriental is now called to order. Let us all stand for the opening prayer to be led by Honorable Shanine Lintogonan, and after which, please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the singing of the Davao Oriental Provincial Hymn to be led by Mr. Christian Alikaway and the Tunog Cuerdas Rondalia Ensemble of the One National High School.
Let us bow down our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with hearts full of gratitude and reverence. As we gather for this inaugural session of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of the province of Davao Oriental, we thank you, Lord, for the gift of this new beginning, for a fresh chapter of leadership, service, and unity of our beloved province. We honor the legacy of those who came before us, who toiled and sacrificed, built the foundation of peace, progress, and pride that we now stand on. May their courage inspire us, and may their dedication remind us of the responsibility we entrusted to each us here today. Lord, we ask you to bless every public servant in this hall, from the governor, from the vice governor, to the honorable members of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan, to the hardworking employees, partners. Fill us with wisdom, compassion, and humility, that we may lead with integrity and serve with excellence. Guide the decisions that will be made in the session and in the years ahead. Bless all our province. Lord Jesus, we continued peace, abundant harvest, good governance, and empowered citizens. May Davao Oriental continue to rise, not only in infrastructure, economy, but in love, unity, and justice. Finally, we pray of every family in our province. May our work as leaders be a reflection of our love for them. May it always be rooted in truth, service, and deep commitment to the common good. All this we ask, may your most holy name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Bayang magiling, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manluluti, ikapasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy, sa langit kong bughaw, ng tulag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhatit pagsinta, buhay ang langit sa piling mo. Aming higaya na pag may mang-aapi ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. O probinsya namin na mahal, sangsubangan ng Davao, banwakaw na madayaw, yan ang uyo niyang utaw. Malipayon kay palanggakaw ng Diyos, matabayang kalupaan mo, yang tanong mabungahon. dagat mo mga suba, madaigayang isda, kabuhiyang kawilihan ng tanan. O mahal na Davao Oriental, langit mong mapawaay. Yang kaputayan, yang kapatagan, mayaman ay magandahay. Maski hain pa kami kumadto, kami mo uli alikan mo. Garbo namin na Davao Benyo, ya pagserbisang kadyawan mo.
You may now take your seats. Once again, thank you for the accompaniment. Once again, thank you for the accompaniment of the Tunog Cuerdas Rondalia Ensemble. At this point, may I request our secretary to kindly call the roll of members.
The newly elected and re-elected members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan are requested to say aye as I call the roll. Honorable Beverly M. Dayanan, Honorable Manuel L. Lepardo Jr., Honorable Ana Chirilen Castro, Honorable Elijah Paul E. Palmahil, Honorable Maria Lady Hope J. Macaira, Honorable Harold A. Montes, Honorable Daud V. Linsag, Honorable Stephen Paul L. Uy, Honorable John Erwin G. Montojo, Honorable Ruchi M. Ravelo, Honorable Jerome C. Dayanghiran, Honorable Joson Michael G. Dayanghiran, Honorable Eleuterio C. Manaytay, Honorable Shanin C. Lintugunan, Honorable Presiding Officer, there are 15 members present, including Your Honor.
Thank you very much. With the 15 members present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Next item, Mr. Secretary.
Our business for the day. There are 4 items for today's order of business. The first item is fixing the day, time, and place for the conduct, holding of the weekly regular session of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan. Second item is temporary adoption of the internal rules of procedure of the 17th SP and the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan. Copies of documents, references relative thereto were already given to the honorable members of this august body. Third item, messages of our provincial governor into the honorable members of the House of Representatives representing the 1st and 2nd Congressional District of the province of Davao Oriental. Fourth item is the inaugural address of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan members and the honorable presiding officer, Vice Governor Linda Monet Rabat Gaita.
Now let us move on to our first item of business. At this point, may I recognize Honorable Manuel Lepardo Jr. for the passage of 2 resolutions.
Thank you, Honorable Presiding Officer. For purposes of our first item, there is a need for us to set the day, the time, as well as the venue of our regular session weekly. And so I propose by way of a SP resolution, number 18-1, series of 2025, that the day be on Wednesday, time 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the venue of our session will be at the SP Session Hall. I so move for the passage of that resolution.
There is a motion by Honorable Manuel Lepardo Jr., duly seconded by all members present, of the passage of a proposed resolution number 18-01, series of 2025, fixing the day, time, and the venue of our weekly regular session of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of Davao Oriental every Wednesday at 1 p.m. at the Sangguniang Session Hall. There being no objections to the said motion, motion is hereby carried. Said resolution is hereby approved.
Thank you, Honorable Presiding Officer. For purposes of item number 2 and for purposes of expediency of today's inaugural session, I will be sponsoring a resolution, Resolution number 18-2, Series of 2025, temporarily adopting the internal rules of procedure of the 17th SP Council together with its 29 standing committees. I so move for the passage of that resolution.
Thank you very much again. There is a motion passed by Honorable Manuel Lepardo Jr. for the passage of proposed resolution number 18-02, series of 2025, duly seconded by all members present. A resolution temporarily adopting the prescribed internal rules of procedure of the 17th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of Davao Oriental and its standing committees pending the formulation and approval of the new internal rules of procedure. There being no objections noted, motion is carried. Said resolution is hereby approved. Next item, Mr. Secretary.
At this juncture, we shall be hearing the messages of our provincial governor and the honorable members of the House of Representatives representing the first district of the province of Davao Oriental.
In order to accommodate and hear the messages of our Honorable Governor Nelson Dayanghirang and of our representatives from the 2 congressional districts of the province of Davao Oriental, we have here Honorable Congressman Nelson Dayanghirang Jr. May I request the Honorable Daud Linsag for the suspension of the House rules.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Good afternoon to each and everyone. I move for the suspension of the House rules in order to hear the message of our provincial governor and 2 congressmen from the District 1 and District 2. I do so move, Madam Chair. Thank you.
There is a motion of the Honorable Daud Linsag for the suspension of the House rules, and this is seconded by all members present. There being no objection, motion is hereby carried. We are now under suspended House rules. Next item, Mr. Secretary.
At this point, Madam Chair, let us hear the message of our provincial governor, the Honorable Nelson L. Dayanghirang.
Honorable Governor, you may now take the floor.
Utmost respect to Vice Governor Glenda Rabat-Gaita, Congressman Nelson Dayanghirang Jr., Congressman Chino Miguel Almario, dedicated members of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, mayors, vice mayors, Sangguniang Bayan members, headed by the city mayor of Mati, Mayor Mayo Almario, former Congresswoman Telma Z. Almario, my mommy, and former Vice Governor Cirilo Valles, former Vice Governor Edgardo Lopez, family members and guests, provincial government employees, maayong hapon kanatong tanan. This inaugural session is not only ceremonial, but the beginning of our shared journey. Wala kita dinhi aron lamang magpasa og mga balaod, apan aron tubagon ang tinuod nga panginahanglan sa matag Oriental Davaoenos. Guided by the 10-point agenda, we must make sure that our promises last election are backed by a clear policies and practical support. From tourism and infrastructure, agriculture and transportation, to education and health, these priorities are not just plans, but guides to achieve progress. We know that many families still struggle with the basic needs like clean water and stable electricity. These are not just services, these are basic needs. The challenge of the disasters and environmental threats remind us how vulnerable our barangays are. You already know the good plans must be rooted in a strong policies. Without clear and workable laws, even the best intention may fall short. Please make sure that every law you pass help bring comfort, dignity, and fairness to every household. So, always uphold a positive and a professional working attitude grounded in respect and collaboration. To end this message, I just want you to remember that leadership is a season. Leadership is a season. And every decision we make while in power affects the future. Ang higayon gihatag kanato dili permanente. Adula lamang kita'y tulo ka tuig aron ipakita ang atong kapasidad ug bili. The people expect us to work together. So let decision be a fresh start and a clean slate and a strong commitment to do what is right. God, the source of all things, guide and enlighten us in every decision that we make for the province of Davao Oriental. Mag-ibang kita para sa atong probinsya sa Davao Oriental. Daghang salamat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor Nelson L. Dayanghirang. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be giving the floor to our honorable member of the House of Representatives representing the 1st Congressional District of the province of Davao Oriental.
To our representative of the 1st District of Davao Oriental, Honorable Nelson Dayanghirang Jr., the floor is yours.
Adayaw na hapon, kanatong tanan. Of course, to our Governor, Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, to our Vice Governor, we have Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, and of course, to the 2nd District Congressman, Chino Miguel Almario, to our former Vice Governor, Edgardo Lopez, former Vice Governor, former Congresswoman Telma Almario. We also have here former Vice Governor, Dr. Cirilio Valles, heads of national line agencies,
municipal mayors, and of course, you also have here our city mayor, Mayor Mayo Almario, distinguished colleagues in the 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan ng Davao Oriental, the provincial government department heads and employees, fellow public servants, partners in development, ladies and gentlemen, madayaw na adlaw kanatong tanan. Firstly, I extend my congratulations and support to the newly convened 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan of the province of Davao Oriental. As you begin this important chapter in the life of our province, it is both an honor and joy to witness this moment of renewal in our legislative body. An institution I hold dear, having had the profound privilege of serving as your presiding officer during the previous term and legislator years back. I carry with me the deep understanding of the responsibilities, the challenges, and the opportunities that come with this noble office. The Sangguniang Panlalawigan is more than a venue for enacting local laws. It is the heartbeat of our province governance. It is where the diverse needs of our province are heard, where aspirations are shaped into policies, and where unity must triumph over division to serve the greater good. As you take on the mantle of leadership anew, may your legislative journey be guided by the highest principle of transparency, accountability, and compassion. Let every decision and resolution reflect the hopes of the communities you represent and ideals of public service we all vowed to uphold. As I embrace my new role as your representative in the 1st District, please know that I remain committed to be a partner in progress. I will serve as a bridge that links our local priorities to national platform, and push for legislation and resources that brings tangible development to our province. Let this 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan be remembered as a term of impactful governance, of inclusive and visionary policy making, and of a leadership that truly listens, responds, and delivers for every Oriental Davaoeños. Daghang salamat, and may this inaugural session be the beginning of a term marked by unity, progress, and excellence. Mabuhay ang Sangguniang Panlalawigan, and mabuhay ang Davao Oriental. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon sa atong tanan.
Thank you very much to our representative of the 1st District of the Province of Davao Oriental, Honorable Nelson Dayanhirang Jr. Next item, Mr. Secretary.
At this point, Madam Chair, let us now hear the inaugural addresses of the honorable members of the 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan and the inaugural address of the regular presiding officer, our Vice Governor, Honorable Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita.
May I request Honorable Daud Linsag for the lifting of the suspended House rules.
Thank you once again, Madam Presiding Officer. I move for the lifting of suspended House rules. I do so move, Madam Chair.
There is a motion by Honorable Daud Linsag for the lifting of the suspended House rules, and duly seconded by all members present. There being no objections noted, The motion is carried. Next item, Mr. Secretary.
Let us now hear the inaugural address starting from our ex-officio members to be followed by the regular members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan. First, we'll be hearing from the Indigenous Peoples Mandatory Representative, Honorable Eleuterio Simanaytay.
Honorable Eleuterio Manaytay, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Our beloved Governor Nelson L. Dayanghirang, and his better half, Ma'am Nanay Dayanghirang, our active also Vice Mayor Linda Kabat-Gaita, our former Vice Governor and now Congressman for the 1st District, Nelson Dayanghirang Jr. Of course, our 2nd District, Representative Miguel Almaya, my colleague of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan, and of course, our Mayor, Honorable Joel Mayo Almario, City Mayor of Mati, our municipal mayors around, our vice mayors around, and of course, our IPMRs, the tribal leaders, and of course, the skip presidents, ABC presidents, IPMRs who are present today, the former governors, Ma'am Arway Lopez, and of course, the former vice governors, the provincial department head, and of course, the national agency and the judiciary. To all of you, good afternoon. In the year 2002, during my first term as Sangguniang Bayan representing the IP communities around municipalities of Davao Oriental, we organized indigenous political structure and mandatory representative to the Sangguniang Bayan. After present office of Provincial Tribal Council headed by me, continuously giving capacity building to municipal tribal chieftains and IPMRs in order to become effective partners of the government and other sectors of the government. Supported and drafting about the ancestral domain, investment plan for health, which is very important for the IP of saturating IP even in the remotest area. Of course, supporting the NCIP considering a block of budget, supporting in the installation, assisting the mandatory representative installation elsewhere in Davao Oriental. Of course, in 2022%, the process of installation of IPMRs I have seen, and aside from that, I have also passed legislation which is very important to the IP communities. And one of these is adopting and incorporating of the Indigenous Investment Plan, Assistant Domain Sustainable Development, Demographic Profile, and Province-wide Country Map vis-a-vis the Provincial Development Plan of Davao Oriental, so that the plan of the indigenous peoples, which is the RCPP, will be incorporated into the Provincial Development Fiscal Framework Plan, thereby will be considered or whatever projects implemented, especially in the ancestral domain, considering that the ancestral domain is about 60% in the land area of the province of Davao Oriental. And of course, we don't stop from there. Of course, we do not any funds on how could I sustain the management, how could we install that become effective leaders, and of course, we pass a resolution because in April, manage, exploit natural resources, and that's why we pass an ordinance so that regulation will be implemented whenever there's applicants of any resources within the digital domain. And aside from that, we also have this celebration in order to promote the culture, because Davao Oriental is very rich of culture, and that is one of the tourism attraction, and especially that Davao Oriental is considered as tourism area, province. Before I end, given an opportunity to address this august body, let me share with my poor contemplating thoughts as I was reflecting about my leadership in the indigenous people as provincial tribal chieftain, as the provincial IPMATO representative in the province of Davao Oriental. First, we need to realize that our lives have purpose. Although life constant battle in internal, external realms of reality, we need to cultivate our reason and our natural gifts towards fulfillment of the higher purpose of life. Second, we can do it. We were born and we are living in a democratic and free society. In the history of our nation, let us share the dreams and aspirations of the youth of today, of our future generations to come. Lastly, we are a family of community, and community given a society, and that we should be like brothers and sisters. No man is an island. We must share a common cause of our common bond in a society to play with purpose. A society that celebrates individual and communal rights and uphold the human development for both indigenous peoples and migrants in the province of Davao Oriental. Matters of creating and maintaining and set the shared values of the resources that allows individual communities to work together in a group to effectively and collectively achieve our goal. Indigenous peoples are ready or whatever undertakings of the local government to cooperate, coordinate because the IPs have also a vital role in the development, protection of the ancestral domain, especially in the province of Davao Oriental. Thank you and good afternoon to all of us in this afternoon.
Thank you, Honorable Eleuterio Manayta. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the Liga ng mga Barangay President, Honorable Joson Michael G. Dayanghirang.
Honorable Joson Michael Dayanghirang, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Akong pagtahod o pagrespeto sa tuang Governor Nelson L. Dayanghirang, sa tuang 1st District Congressman Nelson R. Dayanghirang Jr., sa tuang 2nd District Congressman Chino Miguel Almario, sa tuang Vice Governor Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, to our distinguished colleagues in the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, to all honorable mayors of the city of Mati and 10 municipalities of Davao Oriental, former Vice Governor Edgardo Lopez, former Vice Governor Thelma Almario, former Vice Governor Dr. Cirilio Valles, department heads, fellow servants, partners in development, my fellow barangay officials, ladies and gentlemen, maayong hapon ug madayong adlaw sa tanan. Since I officially assumed office as LNB President in January 2024, I have carried the voices of our barangays with pride, honor, and responsibility. Today, as I take my seat in this 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan as an ex-officio board member, I do so not merely for myself, but on behalf of the 183 punong barangays of this province, every member of the Barangay Council, and every community that we serve at the grassroots. The importance of barangay representation in the legislative branch of the province cannot be overstated. The barangay is where government truly comes alive. It is where policies are implemented, where services are felt, and where the daily struggles and victories of our constituents unfold. As the foundation of our democratic system, the barangay is a starting point of every meaningful change and the front line of public service. That is why I believe it is vital that the barangay sector is given a strong and clear voice in this chamber. As your representative, I commit to ensuring the perspectives, concerns, and aspirations of our barangays are heard and reflected in the policies and ordinance we pass. I am here to advocate for greater support for barangay development, capacity building for barangay officials, and the inclusion of grassroots realities in provincial planning and budgeting. To all our punong barangays, I extend my sincerest gratitude and appreciation. Your support, since I assumed the LNB presidency, has been instrumental to our progress. Salamat sa inyong pagsalig, paningkamot, o pagtinabangay. Your dedication, especially in the faces of challenges, from disaster to social issues, proves that true leadership starts at the barangay level. As we begin this new legislative term, I also look forward to building strong partnership with my fellow members of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan. Together, let us work toward inclusive, sustainable, and people-centered legislation that leaves no barangay behind. To everyone in public service, let this be a term of shared responsibility, open dialogue, and dedication to our constituents. May our work reflect our love for this province and our commitment to making every barangay a better place to live. May God bless our work, may God bless our barangays, and may God continue to bless the province of Davao Oriental. Dagang salamat, padayon ta sa pagserbisyo, o mabuhay ang atong mga kabarangayan.
Thank you, Honorable Joson Michael Dayanghirang. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the interim Philippine Councilors League President, Honorable Jerome C. Dayanghirang.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. To our Honorable Governor Nelson L. Dayanghirang, our Vice Governor Glenda Rabat-Gaita, Congressman Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang of the 1st District of Davao Oriental, my colleagues in the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, family members of each official, mayors and vice mayors present, fellow councilors, department heads, fellow workers in government, other guests, ladies and gentlemen, madayaw na hapon kanatong tanan. Una sa tanan, magpasalamat ko sa atong labaw makagagahom sa iyang presensya kanunay ug sa higayon nga iyang gihatag kanato na magkatigom para sa usa ka memorable na adlaw. Salamat usab sa akong mga kaubanan na mga konsehal nga misalig o miboto kanako isip PCL Vice President katong milabay nako nga termino. This is something I never expected. I do acknowledge that this is a great opportunity and a big responsibility. I will not give a lengthy speech. Buot lang nako ipaabot nga as your interim PCL president for the next, I think, 1 or 1.5 month, I am willing and dedicated to work hard. Andam ta nga mo serbisyo kay mao man gyud ang atong katuyuan. To this administration headed by Governor Nelson Dayanghirang and Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, I wholeheartedly support your leadership and I look forward to working together to a more progressive Davao Oriental. To my colleagues in this council, I am happy to work with you. Magtinabangay kita, mag-ibang kita sa inusang tumong nga pagpanerbisyo para sa katawhan sa Davao Oriental. Dagang salamat and congratulations kanatong tanan.
Thank you, Honorable Jerome Dayanghirang. And now next, Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the Sangguniang Kabataan Provincial Federation President, Shanin C. Lintugunan.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. To our Honorable Governor, Nelson Boy L. Dayanghirang, to our Vice Governor, Glenda Rabat Gaita, to our 1st District Congressman, Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang, to my esteemed members of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan, both new and incumbent, municipal and city mayors, former vice governors, and former congressmen, to my fellow municipal and city Sangguniang Kabataan presidents, department heads, provincial employees, dedicated government staff, distinguished guests, and most especially my family who have been my strength. Maayong hapon sa kinatibuk-ang kabatanunan sa Davao Oriental. First and foremost, I give all the glory and thanks to God Almighty, whose grace has carried me through every chapter of this journey. Without Him, I wouldn't be here today. I still vividly remember the first time I entered public service. Young, uncertain, and filled with questions. A newbie in politics, unsure of where to begin, but driven by unwavering desire to serve. I was not born into this role with experience, but I was born with purpose. I entered the public arena not with credentials, but with commitment. There were moments of doubts when the weight of leadership felt so heavy for someone like me. But in those moments, I leaned on the wisdom of those around me, the guidance of experienced leaders, and most of all, the one person who saw something in me long before, and it was my Lolo Rebecca Rosit. He was the one who nudged me, even pushed me in public service. He reminded me that leadership is not about age or experience. It's about heart, and it's about being present. Lisod. Tinuod nga lisod maging public servant. But I stood, I showed up, I listened, and from there, I lead. Together with my fellow ESCA Federation presidents and the passionate youth of the province, we have turned visions into milestones. From crafting the Davao Oriental Youth Development Plan to institutionalizing programs on mental health, youth participation, leadership, and livelihood, we have redefined what it means to be young in public service. Pero ang tinuod nga rason, luyo sa atong nakabutan, mao ang atong Oriental Davaoan youths. They are the dreamers, the doers, and the leaders of today, and not just tomorrow. They are my why. They are the reason I keep showing up, the reason I embrace every challenge, and the reason I believe that the future of Davao Oriental is in good hands. As we embark on this journey in governance, allow me to express the full support and united from the Sangguniang Kabataan of Provincial Federation to the executive and the legislative leadership of Governor Nelson Dayanghirang and Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita. We are ready to committed to working hand in hand with your administration and crafting the meaningful programs and legislative policies that will directly benefit and uplift the young people of our beloved province. You can count on me, the youth, to be your allies in building the future that is inclusive, innovative, and deeply rooted in public service. To our newly elected officials, this new chapter of governance holds so much promise. I am excited and hopeful, knowing that we leaders who listen, who empower, and who stand with the youth, you don't just represent power, you represent opportunity. As I take my seat in this session in the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, I bring with me the voice of the thousands of young people across the province. I carry their hopes, their dreams, and their concerns. And I vow to keep championing their cause, not just their representative to the provincial arena, but as one of them. To my family, most especially my mother, thank you for your quiet sacrifices, for the patience and love that hold me steady. You are my foundation. And to my fellow public servants, may we always lead with humility, serve with compassion, and strive for progress that touches every corner of this province. Let us remember that leadership is not about being in front, but it's walking with our people, holding their dreams like they are our own. Gikan sa una hangtod karon, mamahimo kong inspirasyon sa kadaghanan. Nga bisan pa man, lisod sa kaguol, maging public servant, mubarog para sa kabatanunan ug tingog para sa probinsya. Daghang salamat ug padayon kita sa pagserbisyo nga matinud-anon para sa katawhan ng probinsya ng Davao Oriental, para sa kabatanunan, para sa kausaban. Garbuta, banuata, mag-iban kita, mabuhay ug madayaw sa inyong tanan, daghan kayong salamat.
Thank you, Honorable Shanine Bintugonan. Mr. Secretary.
We will be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member of the 2nd District of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Rochi M. Ravelo.
Honorable Rochi Ravelo, you are now recognized.
Honorable Madam Presiding Officer. Madayon na hapon kanato tanan. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum. My respect to all our distinguished personalities present this afternoon, especially to our dear Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, together with the First Family, our two congressmen, Honorable Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang of the First District, Honorable Congressman Chino Miguel Almario of the Second District, our Honorable Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, our former Vice Governors, Dr. Cirilo Valles, former Vice Governor Edgardo Lopez, former Congresswoman and former Vice Governor Talma Almario, former Vice Governor, now City Mayor Mayo Almario, all of our honorable municipal mayors, vice mayors, department heads, leaders from the national agencies, dear colleagues, religious and tribal leaders, fellow public servants, all Oriental Davaoenos, may the blessings of the Almighty God be upon us all. For the duration of the campaign, I did my best to say what I thought, keep it clean, and focus on substance. Having a good character is not enough. Doing good is not enough. Passing significant ordinances is not enough. Implementing well-meaning programs and projects and activities is not enough. Our voter candidate preferences have changed through time. Fake news, saving your own vote one strategy, cash doleouts somehow matter the most. The gap between what we deem appropriate behavior in everyday life and what it takes to win a campaign is just one of the ways in which a politician's or a government leader's values are tested. Competing claims, what the voters would like to hear, interest of its LGUs, party loyalty, and your own independence between the value of service and obligations to your family. Perhaps this explains why we long for the most elusive quality in our leaders, the quality of authenticity like that of former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, of being who you say you are, of possessing a truthfulness that goes beyond words. People seeing us, living our values is indeed creating culture, a culture of authenticity and trustworthiness. Of course, there is another story to be told every after election by the thousands of Oriental Davaoenos who are going about their businesses and livelihoods every day. They are on the job or looking for work, struggling with high gas bills, electricity and water bills, poor health care, and more. They are by turns hopeful and frightened about the future. Their lives are full of contradictions and ambiguities, and frightened about the future. And because politics seems to speak so little of what they are going through, because for some, they understand that politics today somehow for them is a business and not a mission. And what passes for debate or campaign propaganda is little more than a spectacle. But what does the people really need? A government that truly represents the Oriental Davaoenos, that truly serves the Oriental Davaoenos. And this will require a different kind of politics. That politics will need to reflect our lives as they are actually lived. It won't be prepackaged. it ready to be pulled off the shelves. It will have to be constructed from the best of our traditions and will have to account for the darker aspects of our past. We will need to understand just how we got to this place right now, right here. The season of conflicting factions and political hatred is over. The people have spoken loud and clear, and we will need to remind ourselves always, despite all our differences, just how much we share common hopes, dreams, a band that will not break, and that is being an Oriental Davaoenyo. A proud, hardworking, and resilient Mandaya, Kagan, the immigrant settlers, the Ilocanos, Bolanons, Cebuanos, Ilonggos, and more. The idea that our communal values, common hopes, dreams, and our sense of mutual responsibility and social solidarity should express themselves not just in the church or in the mosque, not just in the barangays where we lived, in the establishments where we work, or within our families, but also in our government system. This, I believe, is good governance at work at its best. I believe in the power of culture to determine both individual success and social cohesion. I believe we can't ignore cultural factors or it will be at our peril. But I also believe that our government can play a role in shaping the culture for the better or for the worse. Every person should embrace a character which creates value not just for himself but for others as well. Character in itself, as expressed by many, becomes our culture. Hence, we build and we grow together as one people under a culture of hard work, excellence, care, and sympathy. The increased poverty incidence in our province, ranging 39%, is an indicator of economic stagnation. Our people, no longer viewed as voters, need to feel that we side with those who work hard, obeyed the laws, cared for their families, and loved their province so dearly. We are under no illusion that the task of building a working government will be easy, but we must do, precisely because the task of solving our province problems will be hard. It will require tough choices, and it will require a lot of sacrifices. Unless majority, if not all, of our political, socio-civic, religious leaders, government employees alike, and constituents are open to new ideas and not just new packaging, we won't change enough hearts and minds to initiate serious anti-poverty programs, initiatives, power electricity development strategies, working an environment and investment-friendly climate that would significantly reduce poverty and will improve the living conditions for all Oriental Davaoenos. Hence, my unconditional support to our people whom we are tasked to serve, and my support also to the administration of Governor Nelson Dayanghirang and Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita. Anything on securing food for our families, raising income and developing livelihood, especially to marginal income earners, I commit my support. Encouraging investments to locate in Davao Oriental and developing our people to become entrepreneurs, I commit my support. Providing jobs to the unemployed and underemployed, and molding the minds of our young people to become better individuals, I commit my support. Taking advantage and maximizing technological innovations to better living and protecting culture and environment heritage, I commit my support. Now, we Oriental Davaoenos are determined not to allow our differences to fail us again. Our province needs a prolonged period of political stability and sustained good governance initiatives for the common good, so that our farmers become farmer entrepreneurs, our young people are prepared to face the future, workers and business people can create social wealth that lasts and lay the foundation for social justice. The vision of Governor Dayang Hirang has enunciated peace and order as encompassing agenda which should double the size of the economy through tourism and agriculture development that could alleviate poverty and place the economy of Davao Oriental firmly on the path of high growth. There is no choice but to put our hands and minds together. The prospects are challenging only if we remain to be divided after the elections and the year that was. We must take on the problem of poverty, power supply stability, joblessness among others as Oriental Davaoenos and one province of Davao Oriental. We must summon all our strength and fortitude, the Oriental Davaoeno character under God's providence that will advance our people and province towards progress and development. To you, my honorable colleagues, Vice Governor Glenda Rabat-Gaita, and board members of the province, I extend my congratulations. I am immensely proud to be working closely and productively with you by helping deliver the commitments of our Honorable Governor Nelson Dayang Hirang. May the wisdom and strength of convictions that we have acquired from our families, academic backgrounds, and former careers forge a collective conscience and courage that our people need in these times of great challenges and opportunities. Permit me finally to say my adoration and heartfelt thanks to our God Almighty. All glory belongs to Him, and sincerest gratitude also to my friends, staff, and supporters, to my mother and siblings, and my family, and would like to pay my personal homage also to my late father, whose caring arms I grew up to learn to be of service for others above self. This is Ruchi M. Ravelo, your board member, at your service once again. Mabuhay ang Oriental Davaoenos. God bless all of us. God bless Davao Oriental.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Rochi M. Ravelo. Mr. Secretary.
We'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member representing the 2nd District of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, the Honorable John Erwin J. Montojo.
Honorable John Erwin G. Montojo, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. To our Governor Nelson L. Dayang Hirang, our Vice Governor Glenda Rabat-Gaita, honored guests, my fellow public servants, and most importantly, my dear constituents, good afternoon. I stand before you today as a newly elected provincial board member of the 2nd District of Davao Oriental. I am filled with deep gratitude, humility, and a profound sense of responsibility. This moment is not just a personal milestone, it is a shared victory, a symbol of collective hope, trust, and aspirations of the people who have placed me their faith. To the voters of the 2nd District, thank you for your confidence. Your voice has been heard. I will carry your mandate with integrity and dedication. And to my family and friends and supporters who stood by me throughout this journey, your unwavering belief in me made this possible. Public service is not just about position or power. It is about the people. It is about listening, learning, and leading with purpose. As your board member, I vow to be accessible, transparent, and accountable. Our province faces many challenges: poverty, inequality, the need for better health care and education, the protection of our environment, and sustainable economic development. But within these challenges lie opportunities for unity, progress, and innovation. I will work to ensure that our local ordinances reflect the needs of our communities. I will champion programs that uplift the marginalized, empower the youth, support our farmers and workers, and promote peace, order, and development. I believe in governance that is participatory, where every voice matters. Therefore, I invite all of you, citizens, barangay leaders, civil society, and fellow officials to join me in shaping a better and more inclusive Davao Oriental. Today is not the end of a campaign, it is the beginning of service. Let us move forward together with courage, compassion, and commitment. Daghang salamat, mabuhay ang Davao Oriental, mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. God bless us all.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable John Erwin Montojo. Mr. Secretary.
We will be hearing the inaugural address of regular member representing from the district, first district of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Maria Lady Hope J. Macaira.
Honorable Maria Lady Hope Macaira, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To our Governor Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, to our Vice Governor Honorable Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, to our Congressman Nelson R. Dayanghirang Jr., to our former Congresswoman and former Vice Governor Thelma Almario, and to our former Vice Governor, Mayor of Mati City, Mayo Almario, to our former Vice Governor, Dr. Cirilo Valles, to our former Vice Governor, Edgardo Lopez, to my fellow members of this 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, and to our SP Secretary, to the National Line Agency heads, provincial local government department heads, men in uniform, representatives from various sectors, members of the interfaith community, family, friends, staff, and the beloved constituents of Davao Oriental, madayaw na hapon. It is with great humility and gratitude that I stand before you today, Oriental Davaoenos, as one of the newly elected members of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan, to have been entrusted with public responsibility to serve the people with purpose. Allow me to express my deepest gratitude to the people who made this journey possible. To my family, most especially to my father, Attorney Eddie Macaira, former Sangguniang Panglalawigan member and former mayor, to my late mother, Maymay Macaira, my guardian angel, to my brothers, to my kuyas, Marco and Vice Mayor Carl, and to our families, the Macaira, Munday, Bataw, Kagutom, Postrero family, na permente gayud iyan, yagatabang, yagagiya, o yagahatag ng kusog kanak, to face the challenges of election. To the community leaders, the barangay officials, the volunteers, and the sectoral representatives, to the priests, pastors, imams, alims, ustads, who have gave their trust and support, salamatay. To my team, friends, and supporters, especially to my core, Sheila, Dante, Angelica, Ate Liza, Memel, Piong, Kuya Ranel, how iban pang kaiba namin ang Team Macaira, how mga volunteers who campaigned with us tirelessly In kamayoway puas na pagtuo kanak, iyag hatag ng dugang kusog. To my fellow slate members, former Governor Ninyo Uy, former Mayor Pepot Lara, Sir Louie, and the Bini BMs, I am proud to have walked this journey with all of you. Your sincerity in public service remains honorable and inspiring. Salamatay. Above all, I thank the Lord for His guidance, His grace. I pray for wisdom, strength, and humility to lead with servant's heart. Without Him, all our efforts are in vain. Coming from the easternmost province of our country, where the sun rises first over the Philippines, it is a powerful reminder that each day brings new light, new hope, and new responsibility. And I carry that symbolism into term with pride, knowing that leadership is about showing up early, showing up prepared, and shining the light of service where it is most needed. As a legislator, I understand that our work is not measured by titles or speeches, but the policies that change lives. We are here to craft ordinances and respond to the real needs of the people. Ordinances that will deliver progress through strong, inclusive, and consultative legislation. To our present administration, to the governor of our province, Governor Nelson L. Dayanghirang, and my colleagues in the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, and our presiding officer, Vice Governor Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, I will give my full commitment to support all the projects, programs, and activities of the provincial government for the betterment of our constituents in our beloved province of Davao Oriental. Just like how the sun first rises on our shores here in Davao Oriental, may this term start a new hope and brighter days ahead for our province and for our people. Banwat ta, garbota, mag-iban da kita. Mabuhay ang Davao Oriental. Salamatay, and God bless us all.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Maria Lady Hope Makaira. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member of the 2nd District to the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, the Honorable Stephen Paul L. Uy.
Honorable Stephen Paul L. Uy, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Presiding Officer. To our Honorable Governor, Governor Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, my fellow members of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan of Davao Oriental, to our city and municipal mayors present, together with our Sangguniang Bayan members, of course headed by respective vice mayors, to our former provincial officials, particularly our former Vice Governor and former Congresswoman, Honorable Telma Z. Almario, as well as our former Vice Governor and now our City Mayor, Honorable Joel Mayo Almario, our former Vice Governors, Dr. Cirilo Valles, and former Vice Governor, Honorable Edgar Lopez, our national government agencies, our provincial heads, of course, to particularly mention our provincial DILG Director, Sir Orly Cabaubao, our barangay officials, the families of my co-Sangguniang Panlalawigan members, our stakeholders, to all the staff of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan Secretariat, headed by Sir Bobby Nazareno, to the staff of my fellow board members, to the provincial government employees, Sangguniang Panlalawigan employees, our stakeholders, most especially ang atong ginikanan ug kaigsuunang Oriental Davaoenos. Kamayo hurot, madayaw na hapon. Una sa tanan, I would like to thank God first. He gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. As it is said in Corinthians chapter 15, verse 57, I thank our dear God, for He has blessed me. Bless us, I give all the glory to God. Ako asad ipadayag ang akong dakong pasalamat sa tanan katawhan sa 2nd District sa Davao Oriental. Daghan kaayong salamat sa inyong gugma, pagsalig, ug pag-uyon alang sa inyong pagpili kanako para sa ikaduha nakong termino. Ang inyong boto dili lang usa ka sulat sa papel, kung dili usa kini kamando sa katawhan nga ako mahimong representative dito sa Sangguniang Panlalawigan. Dili lang kini akong kadaugan, kung dili kadaugan natong tanan. In my first term, I walk with you sa kada purok, sa kada barangay, nga akong naadtuan, inyong giabrian ang inyong tugkaran, ug ang inyong kasing-kasing. You reminded me that being a public servant is not about position. It's about presence. Presensya nga mao'y pagtimaan sa akong paghigugma sa katawhan sa Distrito 2 ug Davao Oriental. Tungod ni ini, ako nahimong inyong board member sa kapurukan, board member sa kabarangayan, ug board member sa yanong katawhan. Karon, sa akong ikaduhang termino, akong ipadayon ang nasugdan nga serbisyo. Serbisyo gikan sa akong opisina, padulong sa matag usa. Ipadayon ang paglibot sa komunidad. Ipadayon ang paglibot sa kapurukan, kasityuhan ug kabarangayan sa tibuok Distrito 2 aron makakonsulta, makapangutana ug makamugna kita ug saktong mga resolusyon, ordinansa ug programa para kaninyo akong mga higala. To our Honorable Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, akong ipadangat ang akong mainiton nga pagtimbaya ug bug-os nga suporta in your administration, sir. To our esteemed Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, my former Vice Mayor din sa Sangguniang Panlalawigan sa Siyudad Samati, as always, my support in your administration as well as our Vice Governor, particularly in our legislative processes, will always be there. As your board member, I am ready to collaborate and support your vision, to turn plans into programs and programs into real impact sa atong mga kapurukan, kabarangayan, ug labaw sa tanang Oriental Davaoenos. Together, we unite in service, kita mag-uyon, kita mag-iban para sa dugang kalambuan ng kanaton probinsya. To my fellow board members, akong ipaabot akong kamot sa panag-uban. Let us embrace unity, collaborate, and legislate with wisdom and foresight, always keeping the best interest of our province and its people. With this, we create resolutions, ordinances, and policies that can uplift all the sectors in the province. To one and all, ako ang inyong board member sa kapurukan, board member sa kabarangayan, ug board member sa yanong katawhan. Sa kanunay, nagaingon, mag-uyon, mag-iban kita para sa kadyawan o kalambuan ng kanaton banwa. Daghang salamat, madayaw na hapon.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Stephen Paul Uy. So, Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member of the 2nd District of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Daud B. Linsag.
Honorable Daud B. Linsag, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, once again. Assalamualaikum. Father of Davao Oriental Province, Governor Nelson Deanghirang and family, Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, Congressman of District 1 Nelson J.R. Deanghirang, Congressman of District 2 Chino Almario, Mayor of Mati City Joel Mayo Almario and family, colleagues, guests, kalumunan o kaigsunan ko sa Davao Oriental, madayaw nga adlaw. Today, as I return and re-elected, I realize we tirelessly worked and successfully enacted laws, established programs, and led by policies. This must be converted into concrete benefits for our province and to the people of Davao Oriental. I will continue to work wholeheartedly and support our governor's platform and continue to advocate, guide, enact laws on health, education, livelihood, the environment, and social services needed by our fellows kababayan. To my families, Papa Gov Nelson, and Ma'am Nanette, and Kong JR, our well-loved and adored family. I am so grateful to have you. Your unconditional support and kindness, which I am forever grateful and blessed. Walay puas ang akong papasalamaton sa kadayaw mayo o pagkamantinabangon sa katawhan sa Davao Oriental. Namulambo o muasenso pa ang kanato probinsya. Sa pagiging matinabangon sa manginanganglan, bukas loob kamo na mutabang na walay sumbat o walay pagduha-duha. My highest respect and love kamayo, kapamilya ko. Mayor Joel Mayo Almario and First Lady Ma'am Nancy Almario, Congressman Chino Almario, and Ma'am Telma Almario, thank you for the support and your trust you have shared on. Thank you for loving Mati City and making Mati City progressive city in the future. Once again, Mayor Mayo Almario, Congressman Chino Almario, and Ma'am Nancy Almario, thank you for your undying support. My highest respect and love kamayo. To my dearest family, relatives, friends, supporters, and campaigners, we work as a team. You fought for me and as one of my support system. Salamat. Lastly, mga katawhan, nagkulumunan ko sa Distrito 2, Davao Oriental, salamat sa pagsalig ug pagmahal na gihatag ninyo. Ang aking tunay na kasiyahan ay ang pagserbisyuhan kayo at paglingkuran kayo ng taos-puso para sa kakunlad ng probinsya ng Davao Oriental. Magtinabangay o magkayusa kita para sa kalambuan ng kanato probinsya. Serving you is my greatest happiness. Ako si Board Member Re-electionist Dao Dondon Linsag, uban sa akong pamilya, taos-puso nagapasalamaton sa inyong pagsalig ug pagmahal. Sukran.
Honorable Daud Linsag, congratulations and thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member representing the 1st District of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Elijah Paul E. Palmahil.
Honorable Elijah Paul Palmahil, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Akong pagtahod o pagyukbo to our Honorable Governor Nelson Boy Deyang Hirang, to our Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita, our First District Representative Nelson Deyang Hirang Jr., our Second District Representative Chino Miguel Almario, to our SP Secretary Kuya Bobby Nazareno, the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan members, to our provincial department heads and employees, to our former officials, Vice Governor Iga Lopez, former Vice Governor Cirilio Valles, to the Tres Marias, former Vice Governor, former Congresswoman Telma Z. Almario, former Governor Rosalyn Duay Lopez, former Governor Marlene T. Palmahil. To all municipal and city mayors present, men and women in uniform, friends and family, good afternoon. It is with deep humility and a strong sense of purpose that I accept this opportunity to serve the people of Davao Oriental. The campaign was not without sacrifice. Mahinumduman pa nako ang atong mga kaagi. After all the hardships we've gone through, the rigors of campaign, the blood, sweat, and tears we shed, the relationships we shared, the good days and even the bad, and everything in between. All of us standing here today, we all know that every challenge, every step of the way was worth it. My journey here is not mine alone. It is rooted in the legacy of public service that began with my grandfather, former Governor Judge Teodoro Duding Palmahil, continued by my grandmother, former Governor, former Congresswoman Marlene Palmahil, and carried on by my aunt, former board member Attorney Bambi Palmahil Roflo, and my late uncle, former board member Jepot Palmahil. Today, as the next generation, I take on this role with pride and a deep sense of responsibility. I take on this role to continue our family's legacy of honest, humble, and dedicated service. As a servant of the people, ready to work, to listen, and to lead with honesty and heart, my vision is simple but firm. A stronger, more inclusive Davao Oriental, where every municipality feels the reach of progress, where our youth are heard and empowered, and where government truly serves the people. Together with our Governor, Nelson Deyang Hirang, and the rest of our provincial officials, I commit to fully support our Governor's 10-point agenda, our administration's mission to push programs that uplifts lives and improve access to basic services, and create meaningful opportunities for all. Also, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude, first and foremost, sa atong mahal na makagagahom sa tanang grasya na gihatag kanak. Sa akong pamilya nga iyan permanente sang luyo, to push me to greater heights. Sa mga dalaga ug byuda, sa inyong pag-amping ug suporta. But kidding aside, kamayong tanan sa katawhan ng Distrito 1, daghang salamat sa kamoy pagsalig na gihatag mayo kanak. Mahal ta kamo. And to all my fellow Oriental Davaoeños, this mandate is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us. So let us help one another for a progressive Davao Oriental. And together, we will move our beloved province forward. As what my Lola Marlene always says, you don't need the subject and the predicate to agree. For someone to serve the people as long as you have the heart to serve and the dedication to serve the people. Daghang salamat, hinaot na mag-iban kita ug magpadayon kita sa madayaw na panerbisyo sang gobyerno. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon kanatong tanan.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Elijah Paul Palmahil. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member representing the 1st District to the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Ana Cherel N. Castro.
Honorable Ana Cheryl Castro, you are now recognized.
To our Governor-elect, now Governor Honorable Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, to our Vice Governor, Glenda Rabat Gaita, to our Congressman of the 1st District of Davao Oriental, Honorable Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang, and to all the mayors of District 1 and 2, who are here, to the Congressman of 2nd District, Honorable Chino Almario. I also to the former Vice Governors and former Governors. The better half of our Governor, Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, Ninang Nanette Dayanghirang, and family. Guests, government officials, and employee, to everyone here, to my colleagues, good afternoon. Standing here today, I feel so many emotions. Overwhelming joy and deep gratitude, and a sense of awe at how life, despite its many trials, has brought me to this moment once again. This is not just a political victory. For me, this is a triumph of faith, love, and purpose. When I look back at my journey, at the battles I've fought, the people I've lost, and the lessons I've learned, I know that this moment was not built overnight. It was shaped by years of quiet prayers, silent sacrifices, and unwavering hope. Entering into campaign season was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Not just because of the challenges that came with running a campaign with limited resources, but because that was the first time I stepped into the battlefield of public life without the people who once stood close to me. There were many moments I found myself pausing, catching my breath, holding back tears, because in every rally, every meeting, every walk through my breath is holding back tears. Because I felt the absence of my family. I used to draw strength from a smile from my mama, a reassuring nod from my papang, the quiet wisdom of my nanay Cora, or the conforming presence of my husband, the late Barangay Captain Cap Bibo, beside me, holding my hand in silence. They were my home, they were my strength, and suddenly they were all gone. Campaigning that time felt different. It felt heavier, colder at times. I couldn't help but think, kaya ko ba ngini? But then I remembered what they stood for. I remembered the lives they lived, not for themselves, but for others. And I realized the best way to honor their memory is not mourning their absence, but by continuing their legacy with the same courage, the same humility, and the same heart for service. I offer this day with all the joy and humility in my heart to the people who built the very foundation of who I am. To my beloved mama,
the former mayor of municipality ng Katiil, Erlinda Nunez, and my dear Papang, the former mayor of Katiil and former vice mayor of Katiil. You were not just pillars of public service. You were the quiet strength behind my every step, the gentle hands that shaped my values, my dreams, and my heart. I carry your names with pride and your memory with reverence. I pray that somehow, from where you are, you can see me now. I have hoped I made you proud. To my husband, Kap Bibo, you were my rock and cheerleader. My best friend, I still look for you in every milestone, in every quiet moment. I carry you with me every single day. And of course, to my aunt, my mentor, my second mother, the late Governor Corazon Toroba Nunez Malañaon, how I wish you were here, that your life was a beautiful example of servant leadership. Firm but kind, fierce but graceful, you showed me that power is never be wielded with pride, but held with humility. You taught me to lead not with a raised voice, but with an open heart. Everything I do now is in honor of the values you instilled in me. Now I come before you today not with scars. The campaign was hard. Honestly, it was one of the most difficult battles I have ever faced. With limited resources and financial constraints, we had to make tough decisions daily. There were moments I felt discouraged, but there were whispers around me, doubts, dismissals. Some people looked at what I lacked and not at what I was willing to give. But in those quiet moments of uncertainty, I turned to my faith. I remembered this is not about winning a position. It's about fighting for a calling. And when your purpose is clear, you push forward even when the path is rough. To my family and relatives, to my sister Emilu, the mayor of Katiil, to my eldest sister Arlene Milandilla, your faith in me never wavered even when I was ready to give up. To my children, my source of strength, you inspired me to keep going, to be better, to serve with a mother's heart. To my party mates, the teams of all the mayors of 6 municipalities of District 1, thank you for the support you gave me and your trust for me. Under the leadership of Team Kanato Ini and Team NLD, of course, our Governor Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, thank you very much, Gov. And also to our Congressman, Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang, thank you for believing both in me, in my capacity, and in standing with me during the most crucial times. Our unity is not just political. It is rooted in shared dreams for the province we all love. To my friends, supporters, volunteers, and ordinary citizens who welcomed me into your homes and hearts during the campaign, you reminded me that real change begins in the smallest, most sincere conversations. You gave me trust, and you gave me courage. Your love gave me purpose. To my loyal and hardworking staff, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. Above all, I thank to all the women of Davao Oriental. This is also for you. As a woman, I know how hard it is to step forward in spaces that are often dominated by doubt. But let my story be a reminder to you that we are not just here to sit in the crowd. We are here to lead, to inspire, and to serve. Above all, I thank God, the author of every page of my life. There were nights I could not sleep and unsure of what tomorrow would bring. But God carried me through. With mercy, strength, with grace, His plan is greater than my pain. His timing is always perfect. As I take on this role once more, I make this solemn vow, with the help of our very supportive governor, Nelson Dayanghirang, and also our Congressman, J.R. Dayanghirang, I will serve with integrity, compassion, and with open heart. I will listen not only with my ears, but with understanding. I will lead not with entitlement, but with responsibility. I will act not with delay, but with urgency and purpose. To all the 62,293 Oriental Davaoenos, you have given me your trust, and I give you my commitment. I may not be a perfect person, but I am real. I may not have all the answers, but I am ready to find them. With you, for you. Let us work, to my colleagues, let us work together to build a province where no one is left behind, where government serves not just the privileged, but every farmer, every fisher folk, every student, every mother, every senior citizen who dreams of a better life. Let us move forward together with honesty in our hearts, unity in our actions, and faith in our future. Yang kanak kadaugan, dili lamang para kanak, kung dili para kamayo. Serbisyo aon kasing-kasing. Mag-iban kita, kanato ini, daghang salamat, ug mabuhay ang katawhan sa Davao Oriental. Mariyaw na hapon kamentanan.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Ana Cheryl Castro. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member representing the 1st District, the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, the Honorable Manuel M. Lepardo Jr.
Honorable Manuel Lepardo Jr., you are now recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Presiding Officer, for the recognition. Let me begin this with a warm greetings to our Governor, Nelson L. Dayanghirang, Congressman Nelson R. Dayanghirang Jr. of the 1st Legislative District of this province, members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, headed by our Vice Governor, Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, our SP Secretary, Maximino Bobby A. Nazareno, former Vice Governor of our province, Brother Iga Lopez and Brother Cirilo Valles, former Congresswoman of the 2nd Legislative District of this province, Ma'am Telma Almario, former board member who is sitting at the back, the father of our fellow member of the 18th SP, Attorney Delberto Macaira, employees of the provincial as well as the national government, friends, guests, good afternoon. Today marks not just the beginning of my term as your board member, but the commencement of a journey built on steadfast commitment and collaborative action. I stand before you, humbled by the trust you have placed in me and energized by the opportunity to serve as legislator of the province of Davao Oriental. Our governor has laid out a bold and promising 10-point agenda, a roadmap for progress and prosperity. Seeing personally the plight of our constituents, when I was given the opportunity to go around even to the remotest sitios of District 1 during the campaign period, I could not agree more, and in fact, will wholeheartedly embrace this vision of our governor,
pledging to be a proactive and dedicated partner in this realization. This agenda, focusing on the critical areas such as reliable electric supply, a robust infrastructure development, access to potable water, responsible utilization of our natural resources, support to the agriculture, tourism, health, education, transportation, disaster risk management, and most of all, sustaining the gains of peace and order directly addresses the needs and aspirations of our community. My commitment to all of you is to work tirelessly as a member of the Sangguniang Panglalawigan to ensure and hoping that each of these 10 points agenda becomes a tangible reality in all of our province. This will not be a solitary endeavor. Success demands collaboration, and I pledge to work hand in hand with our governor, fellow members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, under the leadership of our Vice Governor, Glenda Rabat Gaita, together with the local officials, the different community leaders, and most importantly, with each and every one of you, navigating the challenges ahead with transparency, accountability, and shared dedication to progress. We will foster open communication, actively seeking your input and feedback at every stage of the work. Lastly, before I end, allow me to thank the Almighty God for all the favors you have given me in spite of my lapses. To our dear Governor, Nelson Boy Dayanghirang, Congressman Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang, and Mayor John Marco Dayanghirang, and the rest of your family, I will be forever grateful of the opportunity you have given me of being called to serve in this position. Salamatay. To all those who made this possible, starting with the Honorable Mayor of Tarragona, Kaka Benji Bulaong, together with his Bagong Tarragona Movement, Mayor John Marco Dayanghirang of Team United Manay, together with Vice Mayor Benji Lahora, Mayor Ronnie Sangu Usnan of the Municipality of Caraga, under One Caraga, Mayor Larry B. Taya of Team Madayao of Baganga, and Mayor Dudong Rosit of Municipality of Boston, and most especially to my fraternal brad, Engineer Patrocinio Inyong Biroy of the Municipality of Katiil, salamatay ng kamayo tabang kanak, including all of the leaders, the members of the team Kanato Ini. Finally, before I end, allow me to thank my beautiful wife, Kathy, my kids, Eliza, Thirdy, and Liz, akong inahan, si Purita, akong mga igsuon, Raymond, Ryan, and Wiwi, and to our family in the Municipality of Manay, the Moralizon family, to whom I draw strength all throughout the election period. Salamatay. Sa katapusan, salamatay ng kamayo pagpanalinga, madayaw na susum, kanatuhurot.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Manuel Lepardo Jr. Mr. Secretary.
Now we will be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member of the 2nd District to the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Harold A. Montes.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer.
to our beloved, the peacemaker of Davao Oriental, Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, Vice Governor Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, our young, fresh, and full of energy district representatives, Congressman Chino Miguel Almario, representing District 1 of this province, Congressman Nelson Dayanghirang Jr., representing 2nd District of this province, former Vice Governors, former Congressman and Vice Governor Thelma Z. Almario, former Congressman and Vice Governor Joel Mayo Almario, former Vice Governor Iga Lopez, and former Vice Governor Cirilo Valles, members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, our SP Secretary Maximino A. Nazareno and staff, mayors, vice mayors, members of the Sangguniang Bayan of each LGU, our barangay officials, our provincial department heads, and heads of the different national government agencies, co-workers of the government, our friends from media, our beloved constituents, madayaw na hapon kanatong tanan. Before anything else, allow me to say these words straight from my heart. Salamat sa pagsalig, salamat sa padayon nga pagsuporta, salamat sa gugma nga walay kapuli. Today, as I stand here once again, humbly and grateful sa ikaduhang higayon, I carry not just the mandate you have given me, but the collective dreams of every farmer in Banay-Banay, every fisherfolk in San Isidro, every teacher in Lupon, and every student walking the streets of Governor Generoso and the city of Mati, hoping for a brighter future. Allow me to share 6 visions to our beloved Davao Oriental. First, a story of beginning. Again, I was not born into politics. I was born into a family that valued hard work more than status. My father once told me, kung gusto ka mahimong haligi sa katawhan, ayaw kalimti kung asa ka nagsugod. That stuck me. Because in this very hall, I know that my duty is not just to pass ordinances or to attend sessions. My duty is to make every decision count for someone who cannot to be here to speak for themselves. Nianing adlawa, dili lang ni pagsugod sa bag-ong termino, kung dili pagpadayon sa usa ka panaw nga puno sa tinguha nga mapatuman ang paghatag og happy mo serbisyo para sa kaayuan sa tanan. Second, the weight of being number 1. Being the top board member of the 2nd District is not a title. It's a burden, full of expectation and challenges. But it's a beautiful burden. Tungod kay happy kita mo serbisyo. One that reminds me every time I wake up nga ang kadaugan nga gihatag ninyo dili lang para sa ako ug sa ako ang pamilya, kundi para sa kadtong mga tao nga walay tingog, walay kusog, ug walay koneksyon. Because leadership is not measured on how loud we speak inside these walls, but how deeply we listen outside them. Third, to serve again and serve better. When I first won this position, I promised to be the bridge, ang tulay sa tunga sa katawhan ug kagamhanan. I believe I have done that, but I also believe I can do more. This second term is a second wind, a second life in public service. Dunay panahon nga gikapoy ta, maluya ta, muhunong ta sa pagtanaw sa unahan. But let me tell you something. Every time I visit a barangay, every time I shake hands with a senior citizen who tells me, "Daghang salamat, board member," I finally find strength again, because this is more than politics. This is purpose. Ang paghatag ug happy mo serbisyo para sa atong katawhan. Tungod niini, ang malipayon nga pagserbisyo na atong gisugdan, especially sa lungsod sa Lupon, pinaagi sa ilang pagsuporta ug pagbutang sa katungdanan sa ako ang pinalanggang anak nga si Councilor Harold Yuan Montes. Fourth, ang bagong panlantaw. This time, I bring of a sangguniang panlalawigan that dares to do more than to legislate. Let us become listeners, visionaries, and movers. Dili lang ta maghimo og balaod, kundi maghimo sa kausaban para sa ikamaayo natong tanan. Let us focus on education, tourism, employment, and environmental protection, and empowerment of every Oriental Davaoenyo. Let us focus on youth programs that don't just entertain but enrich. Let us build roads, not just for travel, but for opportunity. And let us protect our waters and mountains, as if our children's lives depends on it, because they do. Fifth, pagpasalamat ug pagpaningkamot. This seat, this role, this voice I have been given, it is not mine. It belongs to the many who believe in me, to my family, especially my wife, Maggie, my son, Yuan, who stood by me, and most of all, to the people of this district, District 2, who have shown time and time again that they trust my leadership. Sa akong mga kaubanan sa Sangguniang Panlalawigan, magtinabangay kita. Sa akong mga kaigsuunan sa distrito, makasalig mo nga ang inyong board member, mulingi, mulihok, dili lang mo perma, kundi mo tabang, dili lang mo panumpa, kundi mulihok sa tinuod. And lastly, pangandoy para sa kaugmaon. We are building something bigger than ourselves. We are shaping the legacy that will outlive our terms and titles. This is not just our job, it is our duty. It is not just a session, it is sacred trust. So I begin with this new chapter with hope and humility and a heart full of dreams. I may be standing alone now, but behind me, 1,000 of Oriental Davaoenyo who believe in a better tomorrow. And with God's grace and our partnership, mas mahimo pa nato nga dako nga kalambuan. Padayon ta Davao Oriental, padayon ta Distrito 2, ug padayon ako inyong board member Harold Montes nga mag-alagad, magahigugma ug magapaningkamot alang kaninyong tanan. And lastly, special thanks sa atong labaw makagagahom ang atong Ginoo nga maoy tag-iya ni ining tanan. To my family, my wife Maggie and Yuan, our dedicated staff, of course, Governor Nelson Dayang Hirang, Ma'am Nanette Dayang Hirang and family, Vice Governor Glenda Rabat Gaita and family, Mayor Mayo Almario and Ma'am Nancy and family, and of course, ang ingon nila, unsa daw ang A sa Harold A. Montes. Karon lang ko magsaba, Almario na kay apo ko ni Congresswoman Telma Almario. Ma'am, daghang salamat. Of course, to my tatlong bibi, team, Board Member Ruchi, Board Member Linsag, sa mga kaubanan, Board Member Rem, Board Member Lito Makatabog, daghang salamat sa atuang malipayon nga pagpangampanya. We did our best and sayod ko pagbuot kining tanan sa atong labawng makagagahom nga maoy atong gipasalamatan. Ug sa 100,139 nga misalig ug nagbutang kanako isip numero 1 na board member sa Distrito 2 ug sa tanan katawhan nga misalig ug wala misalig kanako, daghang salamat ug mabuhay ang atong probinsya sa Davao Oriental. Mag-iban kita kay kanato ini maging Chino kaman. Daghang salamat, maayong hapon ug dalaygon ang Dios.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Harold Montes. Mr. Secretary.
Now we'll be hearing the inaugural address of the regular member representing the 1st District, the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, Honorable Beverly M. Dayanan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Politics ends where service begins. Our Governor of the Province of Davao Oriental, the Honorable Nelson L. Dayanghirang, our Vice Governor of the Province, the Honorable Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita, my colleagues, the honorable members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, our congressional representative to the 1st District, the Honorable Nelson R. Dayanghirang Jr., our congressional representative for the 2nd District of the province, the Honorable Chino Almario, and of course, we have the presence of our former Congresswoman of the 2nd District of the province, the Honorable Thelma Z. Almario. To our Mayor of our beloved city of Mati, the Honorable Mayo Almario, together with the Vice Mayor and the members of the City Council. And of course, we have some presence of the mayors, the vice mayors, councilors, and ABC presidents, and as well as the SK officials from the different municipalities of the province, and as well as the neighboring municipalities. Our regional directors, heads, and representatives of the different national
government agencies, our provincial administrator, department heads and staff, and the provincial employees, to all the members of the private sector, the religious sector, all our distinguished guests, friends in the media, our beloved family, especially the first family, and my family is here, my sister Jackie, Rochi, Cheryl, Jojo, and my son Kenzo Joaquin. To all our guests here, friends, ladies and gentlemen, madayaw na dumda, kanato horot. And of course, magpasalamat ak gayod na sang kanato Ginoo na kung wa iyan wa kita horot. Labi na also sang kanato mga kalumunan sang Distrito 1 nang kamayo pagsuporta kanak na kung wa paagaw, dik gayod makaindog nga ni doon. Labida gayod sang kanak pamilya sang Morales, Dayanan, Garcia, Concepcion, Orfanel, Bantayan, Lintugunan, Bagyuhanon, De La Salde, Linsag, sang turot na wa ko katiyab ng mga kalumunan nato na mga mandaya. Salamatay kamayo ng paghimo mayo kanak na numero 1, dili lang sang munisipyo ng Baganga, kundi sang Distrito 1, hasta nga ni sang tibuok probinsya nato ng Davao Oriental. Salamatay gayod kamayo horot. And of course, my heartfelt congratulations to our beloved Governor, the Honorable Nelson L. Dayanghirang, and to all my fellow winners of the recently concluded election. It is truly an honor to be standing alongside leaders who are truly committed and who truly cares for the advancement of our beloved province of Davao Oriental. This victory is for all of us. More importantly, to every Oriental Davaoenyo who placed their overwhelming trust and confidence in us. And so I look forward to a more dynamic and collaborative partnership among all of us, and as between the executive and the legislative offices. As a public servant, I am committed to perform faithfully with dedication and passion for service. I stand before all of you today not for myself, but for every Oriental Davaoenyo who dreams for a better life, for every family, every entrepreneur, teacher, student, senior citizen, farmer, and fisher folk of our beloved province of Davao Oriental. And as your board member, I will serve with utmost sincerity and action, driven by purpose, and grounded on values of integrity, accountability, and transparency. I will work for the enactment of ordinances, approves resolutions, appropriates funds, and developmental programs that are well-studied, fair, effective, and sustainable. I know the road ahead may not be easy, but I promise to stay true to our people, most especially in these trying times. Susalamatay gayud kamayuhurot mga kalumunan ko nga nisang tibuok probinsya ng Davao Oriental. My heart really filled with so much gratitude, more than I can express. This victory is yours. And so the future that we will build together in Davao Oriental, that is a beacon of progress, driven by action and united by hope. Thank you so much. God bless us all and God bless Davao Oriental. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, Honorable Beverly Morales Dayanan. Mr. Secretary.
At this moment, we are honored to hear from a leader whose public service spans for 15 years, a woman of commitment, experience, and integrity. She previously served as the Vice Mayor of the city of Mati and now continues to lead with wisdom and heart as the Vice Governor of the province of Davao Oriental. Let us now listen to the inaugural address of the regular presiding officer of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of Davao Oriental, our Vice Governor of Davao Oriental, Honorable Maria Glenda Monet Rabat Gaita.
To our Honorable Governor Nelson Dayanghirang, together with the First Lady, Lady Nanette Dayanghirang, and all the members of the First Family. To our honorable members of the House of Representatives representing the First Congressional District, Honorable Nelson J.R. Dayanghirang, and of course, our representative to the Second Congressional District, Honorable Chino Miguel Almario, and to the members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of Davao Oriental with their families who have joined, who have come to witness this inaugural session. And of course, to our former Vice Governor and at the same time former Congresswoman of the 2nd Congressional District of the province, Ma'am Thelma Zosa Almario, one of the living legends in our province. And of course, former Vice Governor Edgardo Lopez and former Vice Governor Dr. Cirilo Valles. And of course, to other former provincial officials who have here, I believe our former board member, Eddie Macaira, is also with us in this inaugural session. And of course, to our provincial, to the city, our former Vice Governor and now Mayor of the city of Mati, Honorable Mayo Z. Almario, and of course to the municipal mayors of the different LGUs of the province of Davao Oriental, together with the vice mayors and the councilors. And of course, to our provincial administrator, retired Major General Jose Riel Niemra, and to all the provincial government department heads, to our DILG Provincial Director, Sir Orly Cabaubao, and to the members of the judiciary, to the men and women in uniform, to the representatives of the national government agencies and to the non-government organizations, and to the representatives from the different sectors of our community, to our friends from media, and allow me also to mention my family who have come here to witness this inaugural session, of course. My mom is here, who is also a former vice mayor of then municipality of Mati. And of course, my partner in life, my husband Tyrone, and my children, Councilor Tyra, and Ben, and my brother Joby, and his wife Christine, Toby and Santi, and of course my relatives, Councilor Paulo, and of course Vice Mayor Enzo, and to all my relatives who have come here today to witness this one of the milestone in the province of Davao Oriental. And to my fellow workers in government, madayaw and mabuhay sa tanan. Much has been said already, and Governor Nelson Dayanghirang has now set the direction for the province for the next 3 years with his 10-point agenda. And the members of the 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan of the province of Davao Oriental has already, in their inaugural speeches, had manifested their support to the developmental programs of this administration and had expressed their gratitude to the people who became part of their journey that led to being entrusted the leadership of this province. Who would have thought that today I would stand before all of you as your Vice Governor and given the mandate to head this Sanggunian? In true honesty, even to this very day, there are still moments when being Vice Governor, it still hasn't fully registered that this is real. The journey wasn't easy. It was a bumpy road. I went through a rough patch, a very challenging period in my life, personal and career-wise, but I never gave up. I survived, and I stand before you now stronger and wiser than I was before. There were times when many thought that it was the end of the road for me in as far as my career in public service is concerned. But I know that as long as your heart beats for the purpose to serve, you pray, you persevere, and you continue to believe. And when the calling comes again, you embrace it. I am never one to back down from any challenge, and it always brings out the best in me. I am a loyal person, and my heart is fully committed to the people of Davao Oriental. For to me, public service is never about the position. It has always been about purpose. It has always been about people. It's about continuing even when you have been counted out. For 15 years, I served, not perfectly, but with all my heart. It taught me resilience and to lead with compassion and to speak even when unheard. It taught me that setbacks are not the end of the story, but often they are the beginning of something better. I stayed through storms, celebrated victories with you, and walked through losses beside you. Having served as City Vice Mayor of the City of Mati, I understand the weight and the responsibility that comes with leading a legislative body. Those years were not just about policy making. They were about understanding the rhythm of governance and the heartbeat of the people. Now entrusted with a provincial role, I embrace the challenge of supporting Governor Nelson Dayanghirang and his 10-point development agenda, which focuses on tourism, agriculture, transportation, water, energy, infrastructure, health, education, disaster preparedness, and environmental protection and preservation. Our province needs a united, inclusive, and forward-looking governance, and I am ready to contribute. As Vice Governor, I envision a Sangguniang Panlalawigan that is not just a legislative body, but the voice of every citizen representing every sector in our province. We will pursue legislations that uplift, protect, and empower every Oriental Davaoenyo from our upland communities to our coastal barangays. To the members of the 18th Sanggunian, I look forward to fostering a healthy, transparent, and collaborative working relationship with all of you. And together, we will elevate the legislative work of this province. And most importantly, we will listen more, engage more, and act more. And as we formally open the inaugural session of the 18th Sangguniang Panlalawigan, we are not just opening the doors of this legislative hall. We are opening new possibilities for inclusive, responsive, and people-centered governance. Today marks not only a fresh start for me, but also for all of us who are called to craft laws, create opportunities, and carry the voices of every Oriental Davaoenyo into these halls. Let this session be the beginning of something meaningful, not just for us, but for the entire province of Davao Oriental. And as I begin this new chapter with all of you, I carry with me the lessons of failure, the strength of humility, and the unwavering belief that true leadership is not about being the loudest in the room, but about being the most willing to listen, to serve, and to rise when it matters most. But before I close, allow me to express my deepest gratitude to those who never left my side, even in my lowest, quietest, and most uncertain moments. To the people who believed in me, not just when I was winning, but when I was down, my gratitude goes to all of you. Your faith gave me the courage to try again. To my family, thank you for being my safe place, my grounding force, and the reason that I continue to give my best. Your love has carried me through the storms. To my mom, Florinda Baby Rabat, your unconditional love has always been my anchor. All the blessings and the success I now enjoy, I owe to you. I love you, Mom. Of course, to my ever-supportive husband, Tyrone, you are the wind beneath my wings. It is your 100% support that has helped me reach this level of success in my political career. God has blessed me indeed when He gave me you. I love you, dear. To my children, Tara, Tyra, and Ben, you are the source of my strength and inspiration. Your acceptance and loving support to my commitment to serve is what drives me forward. You are my life, and I love you so much. To the best brother in the world, Joby, and to my sister-in-law, Christine, Toby, and Santi, thank you for always having my back in all decisions that I make. Your presence in my life means the world to me. To my dad, Benito, and to my baby, Theo, I wish you could see me now. I know you both will be proud of me. The advocacies that I initiated when I started my life in public service, these were your dreams, Dad, and I shall continue to pursue it as long as I can. Theo, I know you will always be my guardian angel, sending my love to heaven. To my mommy Ida and Gian, my heartfelt thanks to both of you for always being there for me. To Governor Nelson Dayanghirang and to our Congressman, Honorable J.R. Dayanghirang, and to your family, thank you for believing in me. I will not fail you. I will commit my support to your administration, and together,
as partners in serving our people, we shall propel Davao Oriental to greater heights. To my best friend, Jane, and husband, Roy, to Boy and Bibing Plaza, to Tito Pablo and Tita Badeth, and to the family of Tito Paking, here, Councilor Paulo and wife Cara, and of course to the family of Tito Sito, we have your Vice Mayor Enzo, and to all my relatives and friends who have always supported me, thank you from the bottom of my heart. To my team, to my supporters, and to every volunteer who stood by me through the toughest of times, you are the quiet heroes of this journey. I share with you this victory. And of course, above all, I thank the Lord Almighty for all the blessings that He has bestowed on me and my family and my team, Kanato Ini. And to the people of Davao Oriental, may you always see me as a leader who walks with you, not above you. Together, let us serve not with pride, but with purpose, not for recognition, but for results, not just for today, but for the generations to come. Para sa probinsya, sa Davao Oriental, o para kaninyo, pinalangga kong Oriental Davaoenyo, Davao Oriental, Kanato Ini, Banwata, Garbota, Mag-iban kita. Thank you and God bless everyone.
Mr. Secretary, let us now proceed to the next item.
The next item is adjournment.
What is now the pleasure of the Honorable Board Member Harold Montes?
Madam Presiding Officer, I move for the adjournment of this inaugural session. I also move.
Before the adjournment, the Chair would like to once again thank everyone for your presence and participation in today's inaugural session. Your support marks the beginning of a new chapter of service, unity, and commitment to the people that we serve. And as we move forward, may this session serve as a reminder of the trust that was placed upon us. And may we carry out our duties with integrity, compassion, and dedication. Let us all remain steadfast in our shared vision for a better and a brighter future for the province of Davao Oriental. There is now a motion by Honorable Harold Montes for the adjournment of this inaugural session and seconded by all members present, and hearing no objection, the Chair now declares the adjournment of this inaugural session. Thank you, and may we walk this new journey together with purpose and renewed hope.
We have now come to the official photo opportunity segment of the program. At this point, we kindly ask everyone to stay in their designated areas as we begin arranging our group photos. Our official photographers are on standby to guide you. Kindly follow their instructions to ensure an organized and efficient flow. Let us capture this meaningful milestone of unity and renewed public service here in the province of Davao Oriental. To start with, the photo opportunity would be our beloved governor, vice governor, and our congressman, followed by our governor, vice governor, and former vice governors. Again, the next photos on stage would be our governor, vice governor, and former vice governors. Next would be our provincial officials. Once again, calling on stage our provincial officials. Please stand by, provincial officials, as our former vice governors, together with Vice Governor Glenda and Governor Nelson, are still taking their photos below the stage. Now being arranged on stage, our provincial officials. Next to this would be the 18th SP Group, or the Sangguniang Panglalawigan Group. Thank you, our provincial officials. Next would be Governor Nelson Dayanghirang with the Rabat Gaita family. Once again, Governor Nelson with the Rabat Gaita family. Once again on stage is Governor Nelson Dayanghirang with the Rabat Gaita family. After this, we would like the Dayanghirang and Rabat Gaita families to be on stage as well. Thank you. Once again, calling in the Dayanghirang family to also be on stage. And please stand by. Governor Nelson, together with again Vice Governor Glenda, with the respective board member families, starting with the Dayanan family. Please remain on stage. Dayanghirang and Rabat Gaita families. Thank you. Thank you, Dayanghirang and Rabat Gaita families. Now, please remain, Governor Nelson and Vice Governor Glenda, and may we call on the family of Board Member Diana. While the Dayanan family is taking their photos on stage, please stand by. Montes family. Thank you, Diana and family. Once again, calling in the family of Board Member Montes. After the family of Board Member Montes would be the family of Board Member Lipardo. So please stand by. Thank you, Montes family. Calling in the family of Board Member Lipardo. After the family of Board Member Lipardo, please stand by the family of Board Member Castro. All right. May we now call on the family of Board Member Castro, and to be followed by the family of Board Member Palmahil. Thank you, Castro family. Please be on stage, the family of Board Member Palmahil. Please stand by the family of Board Member Linsag. You will be next. Salamat. Palmahil family, please be on stage. The family of Board Member Lins.
Firstly, I extend my congratulations and support to the newly convened 18th Sangguniang Panglalawigan, the province of Davao Oriental. As you begin this important chapter, the life of our province, it is both an honor and joy to witness this moment of renewal in our legislative body.
Public service is not just about position or power. It is about the people. It is about listening, learning, and leading with purpose. As your board member, I vow to be accessible, transparent, and accountable.
Karon sa akong ikaduhang termino, akong ipadayon ang nasugdan nga serbisyo. Serbisyo gikan sa akong opisina padulong sa matag usa.
To everyone in public service, let this be a term of shared responsibility, open dialogue, and dedication to our constituents. May our work reflect our love for this province and our commitment to making every barangay a better place to live.
We must summon all our strength and fortitude, the Oriental Davaoenyo character, under God's providence that will advance our people and province towards progress and development.
As I begin this new chapter with all of you, I carry with me the lessons of failure, the strength of humility, and the unwavering belief that true leadership is not about being the loudest in the room, but about being the most willing to listen, to serve, and to rise when it matters most.